blank pages. Unfortunately, it doesn't even look like someone tried or made an effort to go through the documents to see if it's worthy of our presentation. So just as a side note, when we sit with the Office of the Premier, thank you.
We'll look at it when we get to there. Thanks. Can we just get Treasurer coming in?
Tabo.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Thanks for honoring the invitation, MC and the department. Without wasting time, let's start with the rituals before I give over to you, MC.
Thank you, Chair. Ntate Lebone, good morning.
Good morning. Good
Stand.
morning, Merante.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Apakiso Lebone.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Lebone.
Thank you.
I was about to ask him if he was just going to
Yes,
be the only one.
I don't know. You know that Elbone is taking over. I've not said he must come to the front. MEC, can you give us your opening remarks? And I wish to restrict your presentation to 20 minutes at most.
The entire presentation.
The presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, honorable members, HOD and the team, colleagues from the OTP. Today we have been invited once more to present on the report on the fourth quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year to yourselves, the ProPac in the Free State. As I always say, that we really appreciate the platform to account, because our understanding of accountability is that is the cornerstone of democracy, and it makes us to account on the public purse. We'll be reporting on the programs, we'll be reporting on the goods and services and inventory reporting. We'll also be reporting on the expenditure per program. And there will be areas where we'll also explain reasons why other things have happened and why other things have not happened. So without much ado, I will also give to the HOD to outline the presentation, as we have been told that it will be within 20 minutes. But we really appreciate this platform, colleagues. We think we are in this together. You are helping us, you are opening our eyes to some of the things that we are not aware of. So thank you very much for this platform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. I will be taking you through the presentation for the Department of Provincial Treasury. Chair, we will ensure that we stick to the 20 minutes that have been allocated. In terms of the presentation layout, the Honorable MEC has already outlined how we will deal with the presentation. Suffice to say that we will be presenting on the fourth quarter in terms of how we have performed as the department. Now, I need to also indicate that the presentation will be cumulative, meaning it is the total expenditure for the financial year. Chair, when we look at slide number 4, in terms of slide number 4, we are indicating how the department have spent the money. The provincial treasury is allocated 355 million. Of the 355 million, we have spent 323. And then we had under expenditure of 32 million. In terms of the percentage, the department spent 91%. Now, going to different programs, administration, this is where the office of the MEC as well as the HOD sits. coupled with corporate service and other support services such as supply chain and financial management. So we have spent 87% in that program. We will outline the rationale behind under expenditure. Sustainable resource, this is a program that oversees the provincial budgets as well as the provincial expenditure. The program spent 94%. Assets and liability, that's where our supply chain is sitting. Provincial supply chain, we've spent 91, as well as the systems such as CETA. And then financial governance, this is the program that is overseeing the audit outcome as well as the risk and internal audit for the department. They have spent 95%. Municipal finance, we have spent 95%. Chair, in terms of the next slide, we are just showing the trends in terms of each and every quarter. We know that we usually have a benchmark of 25 per quarter. Unfortunately, as a department, we could not spend the 25%. I need to also put a disclaimer that not each and every item we must spend 25%. Where we need to perhaps use that benchmark, it's on compensation of employees, because we pay people every month. Now, Chair, if we look at different programs, as you could see, in terms of the first quarter, we spent 19%, 19.8, and then second quarter, we spent 21.8%, and then third quarter, we spent 20.8, last quarter, 20.8. In total, sum to 91%. Now, if I go to different programs, if you just go to a block that has economic classifications, we have compensation of employees. As a department, we were allocated a budget of 243 million. Of the 243, we spent 235 million. So there has been an under expenditure of 3%. And then goods and services, Chair, we were allocated, when you look at the adjusted budget, almost 100 million. Of that, we spent 81.7%, which translates to 81.7%. Then the transfers, we also had a budget of 2.7, and then as a department, we spent almost 100%. We spent 98.7. And then for our payments for financial assets and liability, we then spend 100%. Chair, firstly, let me outline the rationale behind under expenditure. If you look at the compensation of employees, the reason why we could not spend the money is because we could not fill all the posts that we were anticipating to fill for the financial year. Coupled to that, there were also other units that were supposed to assist in terms of financial recovery services. We could also not fill the post as well as the infrastructure. But what we have done as a department to deal with those, we managed to put people that were acting in some of the posts just to ensure that those activities are being carried out. However, Chair, when you put somebody who is internally on acting basis, there are savings that you basically realize. Let me make an example. You put somebody who's a director to level 14, you will only pay the difference. You're not going to pay the whole package because this person is already in the system. So that is where we also realize some of the savings under compensation of employees. Coupled to that, on compensation of employees, as a way of dealing with it, we have already submitted a submission that has been approved by the Office of the Premier to fill 23 posts in the current financial year. I must further indicate that we are already busy with the recruitment processes on some of these posts. We may not be 100% in terms of selection and recruitment, but we are trying to make some strides, as we have already started with those recruitment processes. Chair, the under expenditure on goods and services, it is also linked to personnel because some of the people need tools of trade. So obviously, when we don't appoint people, there will also be savings on goods and on tools of trade. But coupled to that, there were also savings on certain items such as the vote speeches, wherein we put a lot of money in terms of printing, as well as the printing of the estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure. So that is where we also realize some savings. Now on CAPEX, we also realize savings on CAPEX due to changes in the financial lease contract for a photocopy machine. Remember when you put something as there's operating lease and a CAPEX lease, so the issue of classification allowed us now to realize savings on the CAPEX. The other area where we saved on CAPEX relate to furniture for training venues. In what really transpired, which is a common cause, we all know that whenever you go through quotations, you must have 3 quotations. Now, we could not obtain all required quotations, and obviously by doing that, we're also avoiding an element of irregular expenditure, because if you are to proceed, we were also going to experience challenges around irregular expenditure. Chair, this is how we have performed. We were also requested to provide details on other matters. In simple terms, I'll call them UIF and W expenditure. In terms of unauthorized, we don't have any unauthorized expenditure as a department. Fruitless, we don't have a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then in terms of internal audit, we had 2 meetings. Where I will spend time is on the irregular expenditure. Firstly, Chair, I need to report to this honorable committee that we don't have a new case that were registered in terms of irregular expenditure. Now, in terms of irregular expenditure, I need to also indicate to this honorable committee that we all know that it's a rigorous process. Firstly, we have to gather all the documents of irregular. After gathering all the documents, we must go through the process of verifying the information that we have, and then this is subjected to a particular committee. In the department, we have a committee, and then after analyzing the information, we'll also make certain recommendations to the accounting officer. Now, in terms of where we are, we have 12 cases that are still outstanding. We have follow-up letters that have been issued to SETA to determine whether a loss has been incurred. As we speak, we have been waiting for a feedback from SETA in this instance. We also, as I've indicated, in those 12 cases, there are those that have been concluded. We are just, I think that was this week, there was one case that we condone after we have verified that everything is in place. So obviously by condoning it, it will then reduce our expenditure. But we don't just condone, because at the tail end, there are 2 things that we do. It's either we condone. When we condone, obviously there will be reduction on irregular. If we don't condone, we will have to recover. So we are careful in terms of how we manage these cases. So then we also have 4 cases that are still with legal services. Of course, we are waiting for an outcome. So we could not proceed with this because we are still waiting a proper outcome. Once we have outcome, we will move swiftly. Chair, the other slides, they are not that significant, because now if you look at the value, we are talking about the 7 million. It's about traveling, local and international. We had a budget of 7.5. Of that, Chair, we have utilized 3.6 million. The reason for slow spending on this. It's how we are now conducting our businesses. In the past, we will travel to Pretoria, we'll travel wherever, but the technology has advanced. In the main, we also resort to the teams, hence we continuously realize savings. The other thing on this item is that it is cost containment item. So as a department, we are happy that we are able to contain this item. We are not overspending on item that is deemed to be a non-core. Chair, communication, we had a budget of 24.7. Of the 27, we have spent 22, which result to 92%. And then in terms of theft and losses, Chair, we have these cases. Now, if you look at the status, the first case being relating to PT cash, it has been resolved. Then the money was recovered, it was 4,000. The other one, it's cell phone, it is partially recovered. Recovery, we are recovering in line with losses policy, because sometimes we look at the affordability. There are instances where we can say you paid once off or you pay in installments. So hence it is partially recovered. So we are applying our own policy. So Chair, I think others are sorted. So I would not waste your time on those. And then the other slide, it's outstanding debt of the department, just to indicate where we started. As you could see, Chair, we had an opening balance at the beginning of the year. The overall opening balance, Chair, it was around 535. And then, obviously, if it's a debt, we will raise new debt. And then if they are not paying, we will then add interest where possible. And then there will also be instances where there are payments that have been made. As you could see, it started as 535, and then there has been a reduction. Chair, has been additions and additions and deductions. But in all fairness, we are closing now with 538. There's a small strides that we are making with regard to that. But the other thing that I wanted to explain with debt is that you may have old debt. What is important is to deal with them separately. You see how you deal with the old debt. With the new one, you need to be able to contain it and ensure that it's being addressed. So basically, that's what we are doing, Chair, with regard to this. Consultants, contractors, and agencies, we don't really have contractors or as a department given our mandate. However, there may be instances where we have service providers for telephones and Vodacom, etc. So those are we have a budget of 10 million, and then what we have spent as a department, we spent 6.7 million in total. We have a breakdown. One of them is audit committees, where we have spent 67. This is purely based on the number of meetings that we have. Chair, let me not waste your time on this item. So the revenue, as a department, we generate our revenue on the interest that we will get when we invest money with the provincial banker or with the Reserve Bank. So as the department, you could see the budget that was appropriated, or let me rather put it in this way, what we received as interest from the investment, it's 70.5 million, and then we have a breakdown. There are also smaller issues where we also generate income, like commission on insurance, which is part of the PESAL. So it's very minor, Chairperson. As you could see, it's part of sales of goods and services, that 138,000. So But the bulk of the revenue is the interest that we get when we have saved, when we have invested money. So that investment is residing with provincial treasury. So it's 70.5 million. And then what was also appropriated for own revenue, it was 22.7 for the department. So, but what we collected is 70.5. Chair, this is the end of our presentation. I will pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's the presentation, honorable members. Can we engage Ndate Busangu, Ndate Klute, Ndate Foko, Ndate Pretorius in that order?
Thank you very much, Chair. I want MEC to know that I'm no longer using a notebook. I'm using a MacBook. So I'm able to get these things properly on the screen. Out of 323 million that you spent, I want to know how much of it is spent in the province of Free State. How many young people benefited out of that amount? How many women benefited out of that amount from the province of Free State? How much is spent outside the province? And if there's still a lot of money spent outside the province, what are the mechanisms that you are putting in place in ensuring that the money meant for people of Free State is circulating in the Free State? That's question number one. Number two, I got shocking figures as far as litigations are concerned in the province of Free State. I want to know, as treasurer, how much do you spend on litigations? Yeah, Chair, let me just ask those two questions. Maybe I will come back.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's start with the theft. I was astonished to see someone was ready to steal wiper blades. Where is our country when someone steals wiper blades of a Department of Treasury? Nonetheless, there was also a theft of petty cash. I think it was 4,000 rand. I do see, according to the report, that money was paid back, but was there any consequence management on that theft? Because, I mean, theft is a criminal activity. So it was a consequence management. And then, Chairperson, I think we all were quite depressed last week after the two-day meeting with National Cooperative. The Free State, this department spends 54 million rand on municipal finance management. I want to understand what that money is spent on, that 54 million rand. And considering what we saw in the audited financial statements, although it is a financial year earlier, but is there value for money for this? And maybe the MEC can bring us in confidence that we're spending the right money, or money on the right priorities. Because if we don't see an improvement on the MFM, the municipal finance management and the AFSs after this financial year, I am still of opinion that 54 million rand is a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because there is no improvement. And I think that's part of our problem we experienced last week, is nothing's changing. So why should we continue 54 million rand on municipal finance management in Treasury if there's no improvement? That's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC and your team. Welcome the presentation, MEC. Mine, Chairperson, question one, I think I've been covered by Honorable Bosanku. And the second one is the 23 posts that supposed to be advertised. Is the low level, the entry positions or the high position? Because we don't need the high position for now, because we want people who will be running with the administration. That is my question, whether it will be the high position or the lower position. And then let me go to another question of theft and losses for 2024 and 2025. The other one here is about loss of a cell phone. I see here they said partially recovered. I just want to know whether is it under investigation or I don't understand the partially, whether did you discover it, it is somewhere, so you are waiting for to verify it, or is it the matter still under investigation? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honourable MEC and Acting HOD for the presentation. Yes, Chair, I just have a question in terms of the spending under Program 5, the Municipal Finance Management Program. On page 5, the quarterly expenditures is broken down. In quarter 1, under the MFM program, only 15.4% was spent Q1, Q2 16.3%, Q3 11.8%. So there was very slow expenditure throughout those 3 quarters on that very important program of Treasury. But then in Q4, it's also noted that 11.8% was spent, but that's incorrect. I must just have a look at slide 5, Q4 on the MFM. In terms of my calculations, between quarter 1 and quarter 3, the department spent 43% of its budget. And then in quarter 4, it proceeded to spend the remaining, the 56.5%, if I have it right. I think that 11.8 under quarter 4 there is not correct. So I'm just concerned about that, because then it says for 3 quarters you only spend 43%, and then in the final quarter suddenly you spend the bulk, which is 25 million, 56% of it. How did that come about? You know, we always speak about fiscal dumping and so forth, but if we can just get an indication about what transpired there, and just an indication that is an incorrect percentage there. And then my second question then also relates to that, is precisely, you know, what was the issue with the filling of the post, the challenges? We do understand there was an issue with the filling of the post, and I do understand that's the reason why most probably the MFM expenditure was a bit slow. But if we want to understand what is the actual challenge, there's one thing to say we couldn't fill vacant positions, but what was the challenge there again? And we know what type of post are we speaking about? Is it auditors? Is it accountants? Is it engineers to go and check on MIG spending if it's really being done? Because I've got a massive concern about how the municipalities are spending their grant funding. We see funding being spent 9-10 million on projects, and then when you go there on oversight as a member of the legislature, you find there's still sewage coming out of that wastewater treatment plant that's just been revamped at 10 million. So somewhere there needs to be accountability. So what type of posts are we filling there, or what needs to be filled, and how many are actually open? You know, what is the actual amount of positions open? Yes, but I want to join my colleagues then, and I do note here there says reasoning for the non-filling of vacant posts were on the municipal finance recovery services, if I have that, and infrastructure projects. So these are very critical things that need urgent attention. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Over to you. Richard.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll just give some of the answers broadly, but in terms of the figures, I think the colleagues will try and explain. Let me start with the last one, the positions that we are unable to fill. Colleagues must remember that there was a moratorium that came as part and parcel of trying to save the financial situation, not only of the Department of Treasury, but the whole country. So we're part of that. So amongst other things, we're then advised not to fill vacant positions, to just put a hold on vacant positions. So the spending on the filling of posts was affected by that. That's the first one. The second one is the issue of the money that we are trying to help municipalities with. Some, it's only commitments that we have made now. And I was discussing with the management, particularly the HOD, I said, we need to relook at how do we give that money. Because one of the critical areas that I've identified during the ProPEC visit is that the department gives money to municipalities. But unfortunately, that money is not being spent for that reasons. It spends for other things. There's a typical case that is making rounds in Machabe, as an example. Then I said to HOD, what is it that prohibits us as the Department of Treasury to advertise, appoint people, then support municipalities with either it's a company or it's individuals that are going to help them in relation to UIFs or in relation to the implementation of the audit plans or audit actions. So this is one area that they are going to look at, so that it be the department that says we need this specific expertise in these municipalities to can be assisted. Can we then help you? We've got people that we can appoint. We pay them. They stay in the Treasury's budget. They also operate from Treasury's office, but they are only being seconded to municipalities to respond to those things, so that we avoid what you colleagues are saying now, that money is being given to municipalities, but it does not yield any results. On the issue of the spending in relation to the quotas, I will leave it with the HOD and the figures in relation to the money that will have benefited the Free Staters. The question that was asked by Honorable Musanku, that there could have been, they want to know exactly how this money has benefited the Free Staters. Only what I can do is that to remind the honorable member that it's not only the money, but it's also about the posts that we need to fill, that we must also look at, but also look at the administration from within. So money was not only spent on the businesses that will have been benefited the Free Staters, but it could have also been used for other things that we're trying to do internally. But I think I will give the HOD to respond to such. Then lastly, I agree with the colleagues that we really need to relook at this thing of giving municipalities money. I have also expressed my concern. The HOD will attest. Even today in the morning I said, but I'm still not satisfied how you responded. Please, before you sign any contract, let us be sure, even if we can come here to the portfolio committee and ask the permission that please, we need time to look at, to relook at this thing. So that when we support, because what is important is the support. The how part, that's where I have a problem. I have a problem that we say municipalities, they don't have capacity. But then we give them money. How do we expect people without capacities to use money? So really we need to think even outside the box, to think how best the PT, the provincial treasurer, can then utilize this money. For instance, if we were to say we need to appoint financial expertise to help them to respond to the audit actions, why are we unable to do it ourselves as the PT and then send individuals to those, to those municipalities? So this is an assignment that I've given to the administration to look at. So it's one thing that we really need to really be practical about it, because from what we have observed, when there was an oversight committee which visited us, the portfolio committee that visited us, the joint portfolio committee that visited us, you could detect that there's willingness from COCTA and PT to help, but the main issue are helping, who are really putting this money into the drain, and we are just losing it. So that is why we want to do it, to re-look at it, but do it differently so that we are able to help municipalities.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC, let me start with just to add on what you have indicated. Firstly, I'll put a disclaimer on 323. 323 is the total amount that we spend as a department, which includes compensation of employees. The compensation of employees, Honorable Member, it's around 235. Now, or from that 323, which means this is the money that goes to individuals in terms of their salaries. But where we actually spend money, it's on goods and services. Now, I will try to indicate that we spend money on CETA, which is a government entity. We also spend most of our money with AGSA. We also spend money on the photocopy machines. The photocopy machine company is based here in the Free State. The cell phone, it's Vodacom. It's, I think Vodacom is nationwide. So, Chair, if we are to, perhaps if you need the details, we are more than willing to give you the details, but the details would not be on 323 because, as I've indicated, bulk of our money, it's personnel driven. We are not a service delivery department, but we will provide that in writing to say on goods and services from that budget of 81.7, as well as payments, which is payment for CAPEX, which is 4 million, and transfers, it's not goods and services. So it will basically be on two items, around 85 million, where we would give details in terms of how we've spent the money.
Ntate Foko, Ntate Usangu, I think because no one is
Yeah,
raising a hand for a follow-up, I think you'll be the last person, or Mentabiseng will be the last person.
Chair, as we get that response in writing, can it be the response for provincial government as a whole? Because I think you are in a much better position to tell us what's happening.
Okay.
The previously disadvantaged youth, you named them women, disabled, all those things. So if we can get it with a global picture as far as the province is concerned. Thanks, Chair.
All right. No, thank you very much.
Ntate Pagiso, today, he wants to take over.
Thank you so much, Chair, and let me also welcome the presentation chairperson. Mine is on irregular expenditure. They have 12 cases, according to the presentation. Just want to check with them that maybe what is the estimated time frame for them to get rid of those cases, but because I see they are doing very well on unauthorized expenditure and fruitless, they are leading by example. They're supposed to do so anyway. But my question is answered on municipalities. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there are quite a number of questions that I wanted to respond to. There was a question on wiper blades. The wiper blade, it was a government garage car wherein one of our messengers was parking and then the wiper blades were stolen where he was parking. So obviously we had to pay the 700 to the government garage. The PT cash, okay, there was also a question in terms of PT cash. The PT cash was fully recovered. There was also a question on the cell phone. Cell phone, what I was trying to explain is that, firstly, we look at the value of the cell phone. If it is 2,000 or 4,000, we also look at our policy and affordability, whether a person will be able to pay it. So the reason why we said it's partially, the culprit is still paying the money, so it in installments. So that is why it is not fully paid. So once he has paid everything, we will then say this matter is settled. There was also a question around the 23 posts. The 23 posts that we have put in, we have advertised, we have looked at the critical posts, so it's a mixture. Bulk of there are few directors, but mainly it's deputy directors on one of our core services such as budgeting as well as supply chain and systems. So as I've indicated, we are already busy with the selection and process. I know 2 directors, the advert are out, the one for economic analysis as well as fiscal policy, they are out. And the one for supply chain internally, we are also working on that one in terms of how we would deal with it. So it's a mixture of post, high level as well as lower level based on the criteria that we use, because the idea was that let's look at the posts that are critical. Also on that, I must also indicate that there are also posts relating to infrastructure in the municipality. Maybe I will also answer your question, Honorable Chair, in terms of the type of post in the municipal MFM. The posts that are vacant there is the one for Chief Director, and then the other ones were municipal financial recovery services as well as infrastructure. But the infrastructure, it's 2 posts that are at the deputy director level, where they need to go and undertake infrastructure side and all other IDMS related. Now, what was making us not to move with municipal financial recovery services is that our legislations, you cannot fill a post if there were no job evaluation process that were undertaken. Initially, these posts were on contract, but the legislation has changed, so we are now putting forward the job descriptions as well as to see how we can fill this post, even if it's through a contract, but we have to follow through the HR-related processes. So those are types of the posts. I need to also acknowledge, Chair, that the percentage is wrong in the last quarter for MFM. If your budget is 50 and then you spend 25, it should be over 50%. Now, what made it to be like that, Chair, that's when we were also paying money for audit fees for the municipalities. It was not necessarily a fiscal dumping, but it was a way of trying to intervene in municipality because they are also struggling with regard to audit fees. So hence you notice that there was a bulk expenditure in that year. The other question, I think it relates to litigation. How much? It's around 426 million that we have spent on the litigations. On the irregular expenditure, Chair, these cases relate to COVID-19, bulk of them. Now, as you could see in our financial statements, we always make a provision for these. So I may not necessarily give a correct date in terms of when are they going to be finalized, as this is something outside the department. So basically, Chair, I think we have covered all. Oh yeah, thank you, Honorable MEC. Oh, the issues relating to recoveries for petty cash, indeed, it has paid, but we didn't leave it like that. We also followed internal disciplinary processes through ensuring that we issue a final written letter to a person that caused this, as it was for the first time that this happened. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC, I think we need to, maybe as parting shots, as I chase you out, one of the issues that emerged in the oversight work of last week, on a joint oversight work between the provincial government, provincial legislature and national and parliament. A municipality like at Lijoli District Council, in terms of its cooperative governance, it's having a problem of salary bill, which is now chowing on their investment. What becomes your role as treasury to identify such problems and to intervene by advising, either advising or using any legislation to ensure that you intervene? So I would want us, moving forward, please look into such issues, and maybe at some point, maybe it's a response that probably may be given to the other portfolio committee on cocktail, where you'd have to indicate how do you assist those municipalities, and they must come up with a plan on how, because I don't understand if they have strategic plans every year, and this thing is a problem, but they don't produce any plan to say, this is how we have planned to intervene in this matter. The same way as this one of EPWP of Machabeng, which I can't understand. How can AG, in doing audit every year, that it cannot pick up this problem? It only has to be something revealed by people, and everyone, it's raising eyebrows in every corner, and the issue is that where was the AG auditing the books of that municipality every year and could not pick up any anomaly in such payments? I just wanted to make those comments, MEC, before I give you the last bite to close this session and leave us in peace.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. We are really taking note of what you are saying. It is also our concern. We'll also be meeting with mayors and CFOs and MMs in relation to what transpired in the last visit by the Joint Portfolio Committee. We will also in this meeting accept the fact that some things were also new to us when they were presented to the Portfolio Committee. So it's something that we really need to deal with. And we have made a commitment there that within 3 months we'll have taken some steps to really try to diffuse some of the issues, particularly that relate to financial misconduct and financial mismanagement, without really trampling on the rights of municipalities, because they are also independent or separate sphere of governance, but we've got a responsibility not to follow our sense where we are maybe investing. It's a serious concern, the issue that we are raising, that 99% of the money will be utilized on salaries, including equitable share will be utilized on salaries. But it also has its own background, the background where people will just hire or they be hired. There was one municipality where they were making an example that you will have the spokesperson, communications officer, and media liaison person. But when you look at the job descriptions, they are doing the same thing. So the question is, why do you have the other two people? So the reality that they must face is that either one, they need to declare the issue of ya ho tebela basebetsi. They will have to come, they will have to come to that reality, because you are now a municipality that does not bring services to the people, but all what you are doing, you are paying yourself to do what? Which is the question that makes a serious implication also on our side, to say, what have we been doing when people are just paying themselves and they are doing absolutely nothing? You know, you can't have a district municipality that says ours is to clean the towns. Really, to clean the town? Even an NGO can claim to clean the town. An NGO, I'm just saying, you can't, as an entity of government, come up with that claim. So we really need to be serious and say, where do we really have to deal with structures? What we have advised all the departments to do is that, with the filling of vacancies, they need to rationalize now. Go into the department, look at people that are not critically needed. If they've got qualifications and expertise that they can utilize in other positions, try to fill those positions with them. But we have also said, as and when you put on hold the issue of filling vacancies, look at other ways in which you can have only critical positions that are only budgeted for, that will fill them. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at. I think municipalities will also have to engage them on that thing. But really, we're equally embarrassed, Honorable Chair, on what happened with our municipalities. So we hope that something will kick in. Thank you.
No, he was closing. They must leave because we don't want to see them. Yeah, no, let them leave. Please leave. No, it's not his meeting, unfortunately. He's an invitee. Honorable members, there's no one at the moment. I don't know whether you'd want to just reflect on, so that you have clear recommendations on this one, Clara, and use this time profitably. My issue, I think, would be that I think we need to recommend to the department to really look at how can municipalities be able to safeguard or protect their investments and not take them as I don't know, because now if you look at that issue of Lujoloputso, this thing is going down every year, and they don't have any plan to stop that. But also with the issues that come on all municipalities, you ask yourself on the issue of human, whether there's human resource, and who presses the municipalities to come up with human resource plans that are really talking to the structure or the purpose of the institutions. I think it's one of the issues that we say at some point the Treasury must also come up and make reflections on those issues, their own assessment, because remember they have units. They and COCTA have units that directly works with municipalities and help municipalities. And even on provincial government, to say that is there any wastage coming out of the structure of the municipality? Or is it only that when they talk about the revenue enhancement, is to chase people to pay and leave out what could be the leaks in the structure of the institution? I mean, an example that the MEC was citing, it's a case in point. It then charges the issue of human resource. Did the human resource make job evaluation? Or after how long does the human resource of all municipalities do job evaluations? So that they can then do the redesigns of jobs. Sometimes it may be that a lot of people are concentrated somewhere and they're doing nothing when there are vacancies elsewhere, and there can be job rotations where people can be diverted elsewhere. So mine is to say Treasury must do more in terms of, Treasury and COCTA must do more in terms of assisting municipalities to deal with what one would say are fiscal leaks in the structure. And secondly, protect investments, those that still has investments like Lujoloputso, so that investment are not depleted by salary bills. Any input from members?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair. I think firstly, Treasury must fill these vacant posts very urgently, those 23 posts, because once we actually have heads for the municipal finance recovery services, for the infrastructure projects, then there is someone to hold accountable if those projects aren't working or if those programs aren't being implemented. So that's very important. And then I'm just a bit concerned about, if you look at Treasury on page 15, they say in terms of their targets, municipal finance management, they achieved 100% of their targets, 12 out of 12. So they achieve 100% of their targets, yet when we look to both the province's audits as well as the municipal audits, it's in a very dire state. So they have to go back and review these targets under Financial Governance Program 4 and 5, because there's no point in achieving 100% in Program 4 and 5, but when you go and look on the ground, both in the province and the municipality, it's not 100%. I think then the actual clean audit percentage is close to zero. Well, it is zero for municipalities, and when the province, only 2 entities had clean audits. It was Treasury, and the other one is, I'm not sure, but there was another one as well. So I'm concerned about those targets. What are they? I'm aware of the targets under those two, but they'll have to look to increase those targets to say, listen, we have to do more. And I mean, they can go and benchmark. I think a lot of our issues in the province is there's theory about how to manage finances, and then there's the practical implementation of managing finances. And we all know sometimes there is a bit of a difference between theory, the law, and what happens in practice. It must be aligned to the law, but Treasury must perhaps design a unit, a financial unit, under these two programs, 4 and 5, that go and do benchmarking and go and actually look in practice. How practically in the province do you implement X, Y, and Z to ensure proper financial and performance management at the municipal level? Because there are municipalities across the country, in all provinces, that do receive clean audits. Go and benchmark and see, well, these are the practical things we have to do in that unit to actually turn around. Yes, and then I'm concerned about what the acting HOD said about provincial treasury footing the bill, the auditor's bill, for many of these municipalities. So it seems that in program 4, that fourth quarter, my question about the 25 million, that a large amount of that money was dumped or used to pay for the municipalities who couldn't pay their Auditor General fees. And to my mind, that's concerning as well, because I'm just scared it's going to set a precedent. Every year, municipalities are going to say, oh, we're not paying our Auditor General's bill because we know provincial treasury will come and settle it on our behalf. So I'm a bit concerned about that, and I wonder what percentage of that 25 million was used to settle those debts. Perhaps it's that money could have been used better if those posts were filled and there's actual real change other than just footing the bill of the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair.
It's almost like the issue of MAP, which was, at first the MM was saying now there's no bonus paid, but only to discover that no, it's 16 million has been paid for. Performance bonus on disclaimer, but they get performance bonus. Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to the members and yourself, Chair. Chair, I think what's concerning for me is the fact that the provincial government, I hear what the MEC says that we did not know, but it can be a response that is acceptable or from the government side, because Treasury should be knowing how the municipality is spending, what it is spending on. This is something that should have been monitored. To find, even ourselves as this provincial legislature, to be wanting in that joint committee, portfolio committee with national, it was quite embarrassing. It also exposed us as this legislature, as the work that we do in the portfolio committees seems as if we are really not, we're doing substandard work, or we're not even doing due diligence to the work that we do in these committees. Yes, let's accept that there are challenges and weaknesses. For instance, when it comes to the issue of researchers, as embarrassing as it is, but we can say that some of the issues that were raised as questions from the members from National were relatively new to us. And all of these things seem to be happening under our watch, because it must start with us, the provincial legislature, before it can elevate to national level. We really need to improve ourselves on the committee work that we do. We must find measures on how we improve our oversight role that we play in this legislature, because for the life of me, a wage bill, like the MEC says, that takes up a huge chunk. Oh, look, this is a municipality, for instance, I'm just citing one as an example, Lijoli Putswa, because I think it's one of those that really stand out. Not because, maybe because they are special care, I don't know, but it really stands out. Now, They are a municipality that are grant dependent, right? And yet, they then spend all of that money on a salary bill. The treasury should have seen that, should have been able to pick up on that. A treasury comes before us and they present these budgets. This is why Kere, it also, when it comes to the legislative, been able to have this information and ask the critical questions, that it does not get to a point whereby now we are on a national space where we are all being critiqued, including these municipalities. But let's also first criticize ourselves as these members on the work that we do in the committees. And in criticizing ourselves, we must also then find, before we say, ask questions to provincial government, let's ask ourselves, how do we then also come to the party and ensure that there's accountability and ensuring that we change this situation? Not solely the government side, but how do we ensure that we save this situation? Thanks, Chair.
You know, Deputy Speaker, like you are saying, embarrassment. The letters written by MECs to Masilonyan, it was the first time I heard of them. Also, for those members also to have proof of pay slips. It goes to the question of trust. It simply says, Free Staters don't trust us any longer. With us intervening in their own cases. I think that's, and one member, you remember, he said that there's no leadership in the province. It means you don't exist, all of you, because you are not able to do anything on issues that Busanku.
Thanks once more, Chair. They will have every right, people of Free State, to do not trust us. I hate to say this, but I raise this issue to say, as a seventh administration, we have never called municipalities, and I've been insisting that it should be the part of the program of the legislature. And it has never happened. Even now, we're in a position where we're not sure as to whether, when are we calling the municipalities? Was part of the sixth administration, even the administrations before us have been calling municipalities to come and account. And Auditor General, to be frank, I think the office is having about more than 10 years saying the same thing. There's no political will on the part of the leadership of Free State. And we've not been welcoming the Clarion call to come and intervene on this situation. What was embarrassing even worse is to listen to a municipal manager who will tell you about the special, how special they are in front of it tells you he has no clue as to whether, what is this thing called parliament that is accounting in front of, was making mockery of the province. And the chairperson of the portfolio group tried to call him to order. He went further to make mockery of us. But we're equally, I'm happy that we're able to come to this reality that we are equally part of the problem. And we must throw a program. That program must be such that it allows us to intervene efficiently, such that we impact on the next audit outcome. And it's possible, honorable members, let's leave political party differences aside. It's about people of Free State. Let's go there and intervene on behalf of people of Free State, because clearly Free State is a joke.
No, thank you. I think we are all in agreement that we are not in a good space, the Free State currently, when it comes to, especially to municipalities. And I think it's time and we can't spend too much time on this because time is going by, but we need to reflect on ourselves as a legislature as well. We've waited a whole year to get clarity on the issue of whether this meeting and the legislature has an oversight role to play over municipalities. It's been a year. And as the previous member said, previously we did this. There was nothing wrong with that. We sat with municipalities in ProPac, we had fights with them, and afterwards we drank coffee. Now suddenly this year it was an issue, or in this administration it's an issue. Also, Chair, I think we as members also need to look at, as part of our oversight, we need to look at ways where it's possible to make certain suggestions that might influence the process. And I'm thinking, and I know Honourable Manshi has spoken about this, but the issue of zero-based budgeting might be a way to improve our municipal finances. Because what zero-based budgeting do is that each department or unit needs to justify the money that comes to them, and then it is based on your current needs, not past allocations. So that's one thing maybe we can look into. I know Tito Mboweni a few years ago actually thought about this, but he never really went into what it will look like. And maybe that's something we should use to say, what would zero-based budgeting in the Free State look like when we implement it in our departments and our municipalities as well? So I also think we need to come with ideas, but we can have discussions with the MEC, but that's just my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me a second bite. Yes, Chair, whilst we're drafting the recommendations, I think also the issue of the Section 717 MFMA reports, that those consolidated reports of the municipalities that is drawn up by the MEC of Finance, to my understanding, it must come to the legislature, or it must go to the House, it must go to both ProPac as well as Cooperative. We can perhaps do a joint sitting. But if we start doing that quarterly, as legislature, and in terms of our rules, if I understand it correctly, those 717s are drawn up, they are sent to the Speaker, they must just now then come to the committees, ProPac and Cooperative. We can do it a joint committee if possible, and that we also then quarterly scrutinize the budget and the finances of municipalities. I think that would be a very good starting point in terms of those Section 717 reports. Thank you, Chair.
Let me give you first the Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I want to also propose perhaps a different approach on how we approach our work when it comes to this, especially ProPac committees. Chair, perhaps, what I've realized is that we call the departments to this ProPac. We are empowered with the documents well in time as the members to go through. Then when the department arrives in the committee, if they have 2 hours, they'll spend an hour, 30 minutes, vocalizing the report now that we ourselves have gone through. And then you, Chair, would give us a chance to then deliberate and engage on the presentation. But now we would probably be left with 30 minutes. And that in itself means that we're not doing due diligence to the process. We're not giving the process justice. So my proposal is perhaps we need to then go back to the drawing board in terms of how we approach this work that we do. Because if we are empowered with these documents, it becomes our responsibility as well as these members to go through the presentations well in time, prepare your questions well in time. Researchers must also assist us in terms of the research, so that when we come here to PROPEC, the departments, we don't need them to start the presentation all over again. We must just go into deliberations. Thanks, Chair.
You are always late.
Sorry, Chair, and I forgot, I just had a question. I forgot that I wanted to make that proposal and then also ask a question. Chair, I would like to find out, I'm not sure you will guide us. Some of us are relatively new, so we're still finding our footing. I just wanted to find out, who is the primary regulator of municipal finances? Because I'm really trying to understand this thing of the wage bill, how it is able to, a municipality is able to have a bloated system that all of its budget must then address issues of salaries. Who's the primary regulator who then regulates that you cannot spend above this amount for salaries? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Exactly my question, it was that one, Chair. And further, Chair, I just want to check, Chair, the powers that are invested on us as the government, more especially at the provincial level, not at the national level. Actually, what's supposed to be the approach on this one to challenge the municipalities, because they are saying they are not reporting to us as the provincial government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Deputy Speaker, I think the question that we have not asked is provincial government capacitated enough to deal with the challenges of municipalities? Is Treasury having capacity to deal with those things? And it's one of the things that we have never called Treasury to check on those things. I can hear that you talk about vacancies. You know, when people talk about vacancies, it doesn't impress me. Those vacancies have been filled in the past and the situation is still the same. The question is, does the institution have capacity to deal with the challenges that are faced by its responsibilities? I would want to see the organogram of Treasury and then check on their responsibilities, because you remember we always raised an issue when it comes to the budget of provincial government. We say there's a unit, there are different units there which must assist government in terms of advising on the budget. But you don't see that, and you don't never hear of a situation where Treasury ever does that to provincial government. The same way, why should we have Section 71 reports? Why does legislation say municipalities must submit those reports every month? To do what? Was there ever a situation where Treasury ever alerts the portfolio committee to say, we are sitting with a ticking time bomb on this and that and such municipality? So it then has to say that where we have to start, which is what the Auditor General was saying, to say provinces are not taking the responsibility over municipalities. And I remember we asked about the metro. She then said, even the metro, it's only that National Treasury wants to have oversight on the finances that goes to metro, because there are huge amounts. But in terms of oversight work, it is the responsibility of the provinces. So I will also, additional to what has been proposed, that we need to have a day with Treasury and COGTA to check with them on their positioning in relation to the responsibilities that they must take. Is Treasury positioned enough in terms of capacity to be able to assist municipalities with the challenges they are faced with? Does COGTA also have the same capacity? Or we then have this situation of the MEC going around and not seeing what is really happening, and you still have the same challenges. I mean, provincial government intervenes in these municipalities, but you don't see changes. Provincial government has intervened in Malutapofung by sending administrators and also, I don't know whether it's seconding MMs or whatever. But you still see the same challenges where the same MM could not tell that whether they are getting bonuses or not. So that will be my proposal, that we really have to have a day with both COGTA and Treasury to check their capacity on whether they are able to discharge their responsibility to look at the challenges of municipalities. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, it's quite important and critical, Chair. I agree with you. But now here's the critical question. Chair, what do we plan to do as this committee? The chairperson of the National Joint Portfolio Committee summarized on each municipality. And there were responsibilities that were tasked to the provincial legislator to deal with in those summaries. Now, I think we should also be empowered with that summary of the chair on each and every municipality and the overall summary from the chair, so that we are able to know what exactly our responsibilities are coming out of that process. Chair, the National Portfolio Committee, the Joint Committee, have also said they would be coming back in September as a follow-up to ascertain what has been done from then to when they arrive. I'm worried that if we do not treat this issue with the urgency that it deserves, we will again find ourselves embarrassed, because it should have been us who should have called these municipalities before National can come down and call them. It should have been us. We then give them our handover report, and then, so that they are able to see that there is work that has been done by the legislature. But it was evident for everyone to see that we've done nothing ourselves. We are also soon going to receive a report from the AG. She's going to make the announcement on the provincial government, the legislature, and hey, I'm not sure what that report would look like, but I'm just hoping, Chair. You made a statement to say I'm not sure if it was the chair or was it just a member from National Parliament who said there's no leadership in this province. the statement that he made was as a result of what he was witnessing in front of him, for him to make that statement. But that statement in itself speaks directly to us, because we are the first point of taking people to account as our core function and mandate. Unless Luruna will go and say, we don't know what our core function, why do we exist as a legislature? Because these are things that should really not be happening under our watch, like I said before. So what becomes critical now is how do we then move forward from this embarrassment? How do we act? How, do we call these municipalities? What are we looking? I think we need to draw up a plan. We need to have a plan, Chair. Whether we need to relook our program, is it going to affect our programming? Those are things that we need to look into, because definitely it will touch on our programming. If you must review that program that we adopted, unfortunately we'll have to, because we really need to roll up our sleeves now and make sure that at least we bring some account of accountability. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe let me summarize this matter by saying, I think because we have up to now been, I think almost all portfolio committees, it's like we are compliance committees. First, it's going to affect our program. Let us ensure, I don't know whether the Speaker's office has received the report, maybe to say that from the Secretariat, the Speaker's office must have received the report by Friday, this coming Friday. The report of the 2 days. We had our own Secretariat there. The report, so that that report can then be discussed and be disseminated to committees. And secondly, that we need Treasury to have a day with Treasury and COGTA to check on their capacities to deal with the challenges of municipalities before we go to municipalities. Which will then be that in terms of the departments, look at all legislations that assist them to do oversight on municipalities. Treasury, what is happening to the monitoring of the budgets of municipalities, and what is happening to the interventions that these departments are making in municipalities, so that we don't have a situation where interventions are like, what is it, microwave type of doing things, microwave cooking of situations, but we have a deep analysis of the problems and how can we overcome them. And then we then draw a clear program of meeting these municipalities, piggybacking on the reports, so that we don't rewind or what is it, reinvent the wheel, but just to ensure that we work from that report and take matters forward, because some of the issues really are not so deep, but simple issues that municipalities have just to put their minds on them and change the situation. And out of that process, we can also pick out, did have clean audits in the province previously, especially in district councils. I think the only district council that was not getting clean audits was Cooperative district council, but others did get clean audits. And a municipality like Tswelopele was able to get clean audit previously. And so we can be able to look at it. I did ask the acting HOD of Treasury. He was also saying Sesotho can be able to get, Sesotho or Manzopa, one of the two, can be able to get clean audit. So we can be able to separate them, to say, obviously, you can't expect clean audit from Masilo Nyana anytime soon. We can separate them to say these ones are the ones that we target for clean audit, these ones, and then we can then chase both Treasury and COGTA to ensure that those things happen. I want to close this matter and call the social development. They're already here. Thank you, honorable members. I think the matters have been captured. Good morning, MEC and the team. If we can just get a 15 minutes presentation so that we can have time to engage. The presentation can focus especially on areas where there was underperformance or areas that needs to be highlighted. With that, I give over to MEC for opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and everyone present today. As the Department of Social Development, we welcome our invitation to the Portfolio Committee to come and account on the work that we have done during the fourth quarter of the previous financial year. Honorable Chair, it is our wish that we should always use the money that is allocated to us by Treasury, but sometimes some of the issues are out of our hand, like you will find that there are processes which are not necessarily in our hands, only like the filling of positions. There's a process that needs to be followed. We may do what we are supposed to do ourselves, but because it is not only us who's involved in the process, sometimes we get disadvantaged and not spend all the money that was supposed to spend in terms of COE. But at the same time, we are funding NPOs, and we sign memorandum of understanding with NPOs, and NPOs are monitored. Sometimes there are those that don't comply. And if they don't comply, we then stop the transfer. We don't just transfer because there's a memorandum of understanding. So those are the issues that would now and then affect our expenditure as the department. And with those few remarks, I want to say thank you very much, Chair.
Let's start with rituals. Interviews.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
May you please stand? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My names are Nelly Siwe, Pearl Ntombela.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Will it just be you taking questions and answers from the members?
Ma'am, the acting CFO, Ndate Rampai, as well as the Chief Director for Social Welfare Services will also be taking questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Rampai, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Please stand. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Musiwa Emmanuel Theophilus Rampai.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Ke a leboha, Ntate Rampai. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Makhoso Elizabeth Mboyisa.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair, thank you.
Over to you, Julie.
Thank you so much.
15 minutes for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity for the department to present the fourth quarterly expenditure report. The acting CFO will take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, MEC and colleagues. Indeed, I will be presenting the fourth quarter expenditure report for the department, and I hope to do so in the 15 minutes allocated time, Chairperson. What you will see in the presentation, it will depict an expenditure as up until the 31st of March 2025, which is the fourth quarter. And the outline of my presentation is there, which is the purpose as well as the consideration, which is the actual presentation, which I have broken down according to the program, economic classification, and also explaining the variance, as Chairperson has indicated, to say we should zoom into those areas of underperformance. I will touch also on the conditional grant and its performance. Chairperson, indeed the purpose is to present to the PROPEC the fourth quarter expenditure report. As we closed the year in the fourth quarter, Chairperson, we were at 97% of the allocated budget, which depicted about 3% of underspending by the department. The 3% translate to 42 million that we could not spend come the 31st of March. The programs in the department that had underspent, you'd see the program one, much of it in program one, and most of the program, Chairperson, it would be the COE, I will narrate later. As you saw, most of the programs could not spend 100% of the allocated budget. Safe to say, program 3 and 4, they fall within the range of margin of error, which is about 2% that we could not spend. But other programs, we couldn't spend above that margin that is tolerable. Insofar as the economic classification is concerned, much of the underspending, it is depicted there correctly so as the compensation of employees, and much again will go to the CAPEX, much will also go to goods and services, and just a little bit on non-profit organizations. I will elaborate as such. Insofar as compensation of employees, what led to the underspending is that in the previous dispensation, what happened is that for you to fill the post, it had to follow a laborious process where National Treasury had to give a concurrence, and also Department of Premier had to give a concurrence to it, and that process delayed the filling of post. Now come the end of the financial year, we couldn't spend as expected insofar as COE is concerned. Hence, you would see that underspending. Even though it can say 2%, but the impact of which is much, because the 2% translate to much more in terms of rent value. And so far as the goods and services are concerned, what we could not spend there, the benchmark of 100%, we were at 6% below par. Yes, of course, there would be the delay within the department due to the high vacancy rate, as I alluded to, insofar as the issue of filling of positions is concerned. That slowed the process, and come the end of the year, we could not really get the delivery of the goods and service that we had procured. For instance, the maintenance were not completed. Some of the furniture that we would have ordered were not completed, were not delivered as at the 31st. So such underspending emanates from there. And also what we received is lower than anticipated bill from AGSA. Their audit cost in terms of, they started in Feb, so for February and March, their bill were below what we could have anticipated. So we crossed over with that particular not spending the money as anticipated. So those resulted in the underspending in goods and services. Insofar as the non-profit organizations are concerned, as MEC correctly alluded to the House, is that we couldn't spend as we had anticipated. We had made the call of proposals to the NPOs to submit. They did submit, but some of the programs, they did not receive sufficient pool. Then we did the second call of a proposal again later towards the end of year to try and cover much of the province of the NPO, but still there was a poor response in terms of the proposal. Also, what exacerbated that was the issue of non-compliance by the NPOs who were not fully compliant in terms of their reports to say were the funds used for the intended purpose or not. So that particular exercise delays before we can dish out the other disbursement. We must make sure that it is the funds are fully accounted for. So such delays resulted in that underspending. The other issue of household that we spend 100% is not a problem. It relates to the leave gratuities as and when the colleagues exit the system due to various reasons. So we spend accordingly there. The issue of buildings, of course, one wishes to bring to the House that the payments relating to the Charlotte Matleke Substance Abuse Treatment Center, we have paid fully 100%, and what the department is now busy with is the Section 42 transfer to Public Works in that regard. And what caused the underspending in the machineries and equipment, those you just said, although that economic classification does not necessarily follow the linear projection, but there was an underspending because we had made a procurement of consignment amounting to 5.5 million of 313 laptops that were not delivered as at the 31st of March. However, they have since subsequently been delivered. And we had requested a rollover to that effect to say, yes, it was beyond us in that the service provider could not deliver on time. However, the need still persists because those are the tools of trade. So we still need those laptops to be delivered. So, Chairperson, I have alluded to the reasons that led to the underspending. And if honorable members would wish to dwell much on them to say exactly what on program 1, exactly what on program 2, you would see there in slide number 11, where you'd see much of what I've just alluded to in program 1. It is the machineries and equipment which relates to those laptops that we could not receive on time. So when we go to program 2, what I've alluded to earlier, it is the compensation of employees that had led to the underspending in that regard. And also on program 3, it was an expenditure. So, Chairperson, if members wishes to dwell much, they can do so insofar as each programs to say which economic classification affected. But fact of the matter is that we were underspending in all those programs. Insofar as the conditional grant is concerned, Chairperson, yes, we underspent by 4%. However, the quantum of that 4% is about 128,000 rand. We had spent much of what we anticipated to spend. So that is the breakdown of it. But now, much of this money goes to the payment of the stipends to the CNDC. So we had experienced some colleagues there who were employed having to exit the EPWP program for greener pastures, and that had led void. Now the process between filling of the positions, really that time elapsed would really result in this underspending, because it's not easy to can substitute or replace colleagues in a short period of time. So that is what had led to that 96%, which is about 128. Having said so, Chairperson, I would like to thank the honorable members and the House for this opportunity to present the fourth quarter expenditure report of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Members, that's the presentation. The ball is in your court. Medulandi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is with regards to machinery and equipment. I know that you said that the percentage that was underspent is because of the laptops. My question is just, I see that there's a total amount of 27 point, give or take 8 million budgeted for this. What else, what other tools of trade do you buy? Is it just laptops? Can we maybe also get an indication of how many laptops? What are the other tools that you purchased? What were the amounts, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, my question is just in regards to Program 2, Social Relief. I also see under Program 2, Social Relief, there was only spending of 43%, a variance of about 7.5 million. You know, in terms of social relief, what is under that program, and why wasn't it spent? Why was the expenditure so low at 43%? And then I am concerned about the, as was alluded by the HOD, the poor response to calls for proposals from NPOs, noting the dire need, the social distress in the province. I find it difficult to understand that NPOs aren't applying. Perhaps it's because it's niche. The department can perhaps tell us. I know there would be different types of funding for women, children, etc., etc. But is it because some of the funds are pulled in a niche, and then the applicants don't really, fulfill the criteria of that niche market? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, MEC and the team, for the presentation. Chair, mine, it's only one. I just want to check, Chair, any reason for the finisher to be delivered, Chair? Because I heard the CFO talked about the finisher that is outstanding. So I want to know the reason, Chair. Thank you very much.
Over to you, HOD. Oh. Also, sorry.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation. Chair, mine is on compensation of employees. I heard the department say the cause of that is the prolonging of recruitment. They mentioned National Treasury and the Office of the Premier. Maybe if we can get the reason from those two, specifically on Office of the Premier, what is the delay for that? Because now they delay the department to recruit. And the other one, Chair, is on non-profit institution, specifically on NPOs. Maybe what is the monitoring tool that the department use on NPOs so that they can report on time? And maybe they are getting any training or on how to report. The last one, Chair, is on Program 5. On this program, I see that the women development is the lowest on expenditure. Maybe what is the reason? Thank you so much.
Deputy Speaker and Dr. Bosanko.
Thanks, Chair, and let me also greet the MEC and the officials from the Department of Social Development. Chair, let me first start by welcoming the comprehensive presentation by the department and also the clear identification of causes behind their under expenditure or spending. Chair, the concern one is while 97% expenditure appears strong on paper, yes, but there is also a, I'm not sure, how much do you say was your under expenditure? 42 million. It's quite concerning. The money unspent is a grave concern for us that we always point out to. But here's my point, Chair. The department says there's been systematic delays, especially when it comes firstly to compensation of employees due to them receiving a concurrence from the Premier and Treasury very late. But Chair, I think also the department should have had processes in place to try and mitigate such situations. Because I don't think they would just expect to, I'm not sure when they submitted, but they should mitigate and submit timeously so that such issues, they are not met with such issues that then affect their spending on the budget. On the non-profit organizations, I just like to find out from the department, one, how does the department intend to ensure that there's a more efficient process to make sure that these NPOs are compliant and without delays? And two, how does the department also consider those ones that they pre-qualify with your NPOs that you pre-qualify. And then the last one was on the strategic planning and controls, yes. I want to find out from the department, is the department working on a revised internal expenditure tracking or a performance monitoring tool to flag the risks? Two, what consequence management is applied to officials who are responsible for these delays and non-implementation? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from Social Development Department in Free State Province. MEC, there's a Molo, okay, let me say Molo MEC. There's this Molo Makhelwane program. That Molo Makhelwane program, what all the people who have been appointed was those positions ever advertised such that everyone who qualifies get an opportunity to apply. And we'll want to know what is it that this Molo Makhelwane program, which is doing, which is far much better than the program which was still being done by what do you call Masupatsela, which was done by Masupatsela, or what's the difference between the two? Because they were still doing exactly the same, and then now they were even working on targets. There's element of efficiency if you work on targets, and then now there's Molo Makhelwane doing the same. Maybe if we can be told, taken into confidence as to whether how different is this from the program which was done by Masupatsela. The other questions, I fail to understand data capturers. It's not a rare skill. Why you couldn't replace those people in time? Because you can get data capturers anyway. There are lots of young people with that skill who are unemployed, by the way. I fail to understand the issue of underspending. If it's on the basis of data capturers, you can easily source that skill. It's not a rare skill where you will be in need of a scientist. But as this department budget may be as big as it is, I would want to know how much do you spend on litigations as the department, percentage-wise? Can you take us into confidence? The other thing, because budget must be used such that it transfer economic power, social power to the masses of the oppressed. I would want to know, MEC, how many young people, in terms of percentage, do benefit from your procurement? I'm talking about young people from Free State, because Free State is younger. And how many women are benefiting percentage-wise from the budget of Free State social development, more so when it's led by a woman and the acting HOD is a woman? I would want to know. Disability issue, previously disadvantaged, Africans in particular, blacks in general. How much do they benefit out of the whole budget? And lastly, issue of consequence management on material irregularities and other issues as you tend to experience non-compliance. How many people have gone through consequence management? Because
Rollover, that you've applied for the rollover. If that rollover is not approved, what implications will it have for the department? And then the second one, Chair, was it machinery and equipment that you spent 47% machinery and equipment. I just want to find out why was the underspending on that? And perhaps to then make a follow-up to say, was there a plan for these funds? Thank you, Chair.
I'm starting to be worried about that corner. Okay.
Chair, believe you me, I just met Deputy Speaker here. So I did not caucus anything with Deputy Speaker. My worry, Chair, that I wanted to raise, I'm told in Kronstadt, MEC, Department of Social Development, there was a lot of food that was packed there. And they expired, such that Department of Environmental Affairs had to intervene in ensuring that you take that food out. But I'm told those food packages that were there, as early as 2020 during COVID-19. So we'll want to know, in the ocean of poverty in Free State, why do we have food packages in an office such that they even expire? While people are still hungry, you could have assisted those vulnerable families who go to bed without food. Can we be taken into confidence why such has happened? And what are you going to do in the near future such that we do not experience the same? Thanks, Chair.
Over to you, Ishuri.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members for the questions. I will allow the acting CFO to first respond on the underspending on machinery and equipment and the rollover, the questions on the rollovers, and then I will then come afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much once more, Acting HOD and the Chairperson. In response to the questions that have been raised regarding machineries and equipment, the 47% that we had underspent. As I've alluded to earlier, we had procured the laptops in the previous financial year, and we were awaiting the delivery of those laptops. And unfortunately, as at the 31st of March, as we closed the year, the laptops were not there. So that money we could not declare as an expenditure in cash basis of accounting. So that's why we requested rollover. We'll come to that. Honorable members again asked to say, were the laptops the only assets that we had endeavored to procure? My response to that is that we had assets such as laundry equipment that we could not procure, assets are relating to the CNDCs that we could not procure as at the 31st. With the laundry, an order has been issued. With visual equipment, an order had been issued, but delivery did not take place, just like the laptops. With regards to the one-off equipment for CNDCs, we could not even reach a stage where we can issue an order there due to specifications, reasons having not being that much cleared. So we had since submitted to Public Works to assist us with that specification. That's what caused that underspending, that the assets that we had procured, placed an order, they were not delivered. And in a cash basis of accounting, you can't recognize that as an expenditure until they are delivered. Now, since we had crossed with that particular commitment, we did request a rollover. Honorable Member, you are quite correct. As we requested the rollover and awaiting Treasury, we are still in talks with them, and the talks are promising. However, like you are saying, should it happen that we do not get that particular rollover, then what? That question is being answered together with what you have asked again on the issues of whether do we have an early warning system or internal control. We do monitor our budget on a regular basis with a committee that we say it's Financial Control Committee, the FCC, that convenes on a regular basis to can check items that are underspending. And where items are underspending, we are able to reprioritize that money to items that are experiencing pressure. And also that matter has been brought to the attention of all the executive to say, in an event, Treasury does not approve the rollover, we'll have to be able to absorb, meaning reprioritizing will have to take place. And such reprioritization, when it takes place, one would opt for soft items such as your caterings that you can really be able to do with, and such items that I consider to be soft items. So we'll be taking money from such items to can secure that. And also, money may come from other items that really colleagues could not spend on. So there is an internal control system to track and give us the early warnings in relation to the budget. And in this instance, some of these things are beyond our control. Like I said, but HOD, I think, will elaborate on the issue of the process of filling of post in the previous dispensation that led to that underspending. I want to deal with questions that relates to mainly finance. Yes, there is a question that Honorable Member has asked relating to whether or not how much of the spending is directed to the people of Free State and the youth, women, and people with disability. Much of the expenditure that we had spent, I will start by saying the global expenditure of about 91%, we directed it to the B level 1, of which are historically disadvantaged. And according to the addresses that we have, priority was given to the people of Free State because part of our evaluation criteria or the points allocation system, we recognized the locality where a person would produce evidence to say this is the municipal bill that the company is paying is situated and located here, amongst other tools that we use, or the lease agreement where the owner of the building would produce that kind of information. So to a particular extent, that's what we used to say these companies are within the parameters of the Free State. The statistics that I have, because I didn't anticipate that question, but the one that I have is, I said, the third quarter statistics. I have the one that deals with women in those procurement amounting to 41%, and the youth amounting to 36%. But it's just at the third quarter. I'm just giving you an idea. I can maybe, with the leave of the chairperson, submit a written response to that effect to can give you the whole picture. I don't know, yes, I think I have, or the furniture whether or not, there was a question of the furniture, what is happening with the furniture. Yes, like any other assets that we had procured. As at the 31st of March, the furniture was not delivered. But subsequent, in April, furniture was then delivered to the colleagues. They formed part of the rollover because that money, we still needed that furniture. So we committed that funds. We have since paid and are waiting the response for the rollover. So the furniture was indeed delivered together with the laptops. Thanks.
Honorable Chair, if I may also request that Member Issa deals with the question on the social relief of distress, what this program covers, before I deal with all the other matters raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the underspending on social relief, as Acting CFO has indicated, the issue of compensation of employees. We had a director that was employed in this program and she then retired. So the money that we are using under social relief, except for the post, is for provision of humanitarian support for disaster areas, where we then provide your mattresses, your blankets, and whatever humanitarian support, the people that are displaced are going to get. So this is what we're using. So much of the budget was used for that, but what was left was the compensation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the poor response from NPOs, Chairperson, the initial call for proposals that we had issued had specified services and towns. So we had an approach where we did an analysis. For example, substance abuse as a social ill is highest in Lejwe-Leputswa and Mangaung Metro District. So we took an approach to say, let us call for proposals for specific services in specific towns in order to be more targeted in our response. And that yielded a poor response. We then, to remedy this, went for other calls for proposals that were more broad, where we would call for various services in various towns. And with this approach, we had then gotten a better response. But also, part of the underspending was then due to non-compliant NPOs. Before we fund NPOs, they submit compliance certificates. And for those NPOs that are non-compliant, we then spend some time supporting them, whether it's training, in order for them to be compliant again before we can fund them again. Just to also deal with the support that we provide to NPOs in terms of capacity building, we do offer training in various categories, but we've identified, Honorable Chair, that in the area of financial management, in terms of accounting for the funds that we've dispersed, that's where many NPOs require support. And this is the kind of training that we provide so that they are able to become compliant and qualify for funding again. And we also provide this for NPOs that we have not funded, but we would want to consider for funding in the future. On the matter of filling of posts, I think it's important that I clarify that the DPSA as well as National Treasury came up with control measures in order to control the fiscal, because in their analysis, they found that provincial departments were overspending, particularly in the area of COE. In the province, we had a process that involved provincial treasury to analyze the financial, the COE of each department. And then from there, once that analysis is made, it would then be sent to the Office of the Premier to receive concurrence. After this approval is received from the Office of the Premier, we'd still be required to submit these documents using an online system for the consideration of the DPSA. So I think it was more of the inefficiency of the process that was put in place. It was a new process, and it was a process that was meant to ensure that departments adhere to the public service regulations before they fill any posts. So it was really the inefficiency of that process that from the departments, it would need to go to provincial treasury for assessments. At the time, provincial treasury was doing assessments for all provincial departments. After the Office of the Premier would do their own assessments, only then the submissions would be made to the DPSA and would finally get approval to have those posts activated on PESAL. And on the question on consequence management, Chairperson, where there are identified instances where officials, where there are elements of misconduct identified from the side of officials, consequence management is applied. But where the root cause is really the process and it's really because there are other parties involved and it's out of our hands, then it would not necessarily lead to consequence management. And then on consequence management, particularly on the material irregularities, the department has a committee that was established to deal with unwanted expenditure. And these are all the identified instances of unauthorized expenditure, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful. These instances are investigated, and there's an action plan that is developed, and where there are instances of misconduct, then disciplinary action does unfold. On the Molo Makelwane project, the question was whether posts advertised. The Molo Makelwane project is a 24-month project. And in recruiting officials to implement the project, we recruited officials additional to the staff establishment. So in this instance, we are not required to follow the recruitment process that is outlined as per the public service regulations. The public service regulations do allow us to appoint these officials additional to the staff establishment. The project in the main was meant to intensify household profiling, and the honorable member was correct. Household profiling does happen in the department, but because we wanted to ensure that we intensify it in order to reach all 319 wards in the province, so that this information can really be used to plan government interventions into those households, we saw a need to increase the number of officials we have in addition to the community development practitioners and assistant community development practitioners that we have in the department. So this project was really an intensification project so that we reach all corners of the Free State in terms of wards, so as to expedite the government interventions that we would like to put in place for those households that are identified to be vulnerable. On the process of recruiting the data capturers, the data capturers, it is correct, it is not a scarce skill, but I think it was just more on the processes of ensuring that we identify the candidates that would be able to assist us in capturing the data in order for us to be able to then report on the conditional grant of the EPWP. And this process was somehow laborious, but in the future, we had, for example, in this new financial year, we have advertised and will ensure that all the funds that were allocated for the EPWP conditional grant are used, and we are able to fill those data capturers posts. In terms of the amount of money that we've spent on litigation, I think together with the information that we'll bring forward after we've checked, do you have it? Okay. The CFO will speak, and then on the specifics in terms of that amount that was used on litigation. The other one that was raised was on the food packages that had expired in the Kronstadt office. These were fortified food packages that were provided by the National Department to provinces during COVID-19 times in order to respond. And this was also supported by other initiatives where we worked with other NPOs, such as Red Cross and Meals on Wheels, where warm meals were also provided to the communities that needed them. Unfortunately, there were those packets that had expired, and the Department of Labor raised issues in terms of the occupational health and safety issues that expired fortified packs would cause, and those have since been taken away from the offices and disposed of. Thank you very much, Chair. The acting CFO will then come in on the specific figures that were spent on litigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Chudi. Yes, the specific figure that we spent on legal fees is 1,767,771. When you juxtapose that with the budget, as you requested, Honorable Member, is just 0.14% of the budget. So that's how it is. I don't know, maybe if you, Honorable Member, your official expression. Yes, indeed, of course, Chair.
CFO, are you responding to me?
To you,
also?
Chair. It
Or
was giving me.
No, your eyes should be on me.
All right, Chair.
Yes. I didn't ask you anything, CFO. Yes, you have responded to the question. Yes. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you.
Thank you. Switch off your mic, CFO. Meduland, you are the last.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question was only partly answered, so therefore can we please receive a detailed written answer with regards to the equipment and machinery that was purchased? So in other words, how many laptops, how many laundry equipment, what type of laundry equipment, what were the amounts, how many, etc. And then also just a final remark, why were the food parcels kept for so long that they actually expired? Why weren't they handed out? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There really isn't a reason that those fortified food packets should have been kept long enough for them to.
Ma'am Ntombela, you respond to me. Yes. So look at me. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. No, Chairperson, I was just saying that there really isn't any acceptable reason for foods to be allowed to expire and not dispersed timelessly. Like I said, the food packages were provided by National to provinces to help alleviate the distress in terms of people that did not have access to foods at the time. And it's an unfortunate incident, really, that those ones could not be dispersed timelessly. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC, your closing remarks. Ma'am Ntombela,
No, thanks
your
very
mic
much.
should be off.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I think the responses has been given to questions that were asked. And indeed, it is a concern that food should expire when there are a lot of people who are without food. When I came into office, I visited the districts. I don't remember First Lady Dabi reporting about the food that expired and had to be exposed of, but it's a matter of concern. It will be followed up as much as the HOD has responded to it. As the department, just to add on the issue of whether NPOs are trained or not, NPOs are continuously trained. And the challenge is that we will sign a memorandum of understanding on how the funding will be utilized. And sometimes the NPOs would deviate from the MOU without requesting permission from the department. And if we discover that we regard that as a non-compliance, and we stop funding up until they correct what they have done, because they are not supposed to deviate from the memorandum of understanding. So as the department, yes, of course, there are challenges, but we are trying our best to make sure that we comply with all the statutes that are there, and also spend the money to better the lives of the people, because social development, our constituency is people that need government assistance, all of them. So we will continue with this, but I think, Chairperson, I must mention that we are challenged when it comes to infrastructure budget, especially to maintain our institutions. In any way, we will engage Treasury to consider maybe increasing our infrastructure budget so that we are able to maintain the institutions that are owned by the department, where we are hosting your children, your elderly people, and people with disabilities. So now and then we are challenged with insufficient budget to maintain such facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Thanks for honoring this invitation. Please leave us in peace. And as you do so, try to find whether you can have any special pension for Ndate Foko, anything that you, whether you call it PT, what, but something for him. Just find something somewhere. Yes, he's special. He's special. Honorable members, any recommendations you can make out of this? Firstly, I would want the department to tell us within 14 days the course of action they've taken to deal with those food parcels that went stale in their storage. They must give us a report with what course of action have they taken to ensure that this situation doesn't recur. Any other issue? Deputy Speaker, Dr. Klute?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think, but this one is one that I feel as the committee, we should make a follow-up with Treasury and of course the Premier's office, the issue of the concurrence that is given to the department at a late stage, that it ultimately then affects their budget in terms of unspent funds. So I think that's a concern that we really need to take up with the two departments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think that concludes the recommendations for the department. I don't know whether the next department is already here. They are. Honorable members, I want to check the MEC and HOD. I held up at Pelonomi. Apparently there's a problem, but all other, the depot is here, medical depot is here, and CFO is here, and other two senior managers, they're here. It's only the MEC and the HOD who are at, what is this, Pelonomi. I don't know what will be your suggestion. Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to find out, from your side, when were you advised that the MEC and the HOD are not able to join us?
No, now they had thought that they will be here by now. That's why I'm saying all others are here except them, they're still held there. I've just heard now.
Chairperson, who's going to present? If the person that's going to present is here, perhaps they can present so long.
The issue will be if things that we raise emanating from that report needs HOD and MEC, what do we say?
No, my suggestion is that they present the report so long, but we wait with the questions for the MEC and the HOD. Because surely they know what's in the report. They don't have to hear the report.
Yeah.
Then we can at least get the report so long to save time.
Remember, we give them only 15 minutes to present. We don't give them much.
That's fine. It's 15 minutes. Perhaps by then the MEC and the HOD will be here.
Okay, let's hear Deputy Speaker.
No, Chair, I don't think that approach would assist us because we'll wait here, we'll start the process and they are not here and it would really not assist us. I just want to raise a concern before I give a proposal, Chair, to say this conduct of the MECs is quite concerning. We were met with almost a similar but not the same, at least the MEC of Social Development of Sport was able to at least appear and request for that postponement, though it was also not accepted. And we did take the chair who chaired yesterday's session on that conduct, gave his summary and what recourse measure would then apply in that regard. So today again, we are met with almost the same issue where the MEC is not here and the HOD again are not here. To have the department come here and present, it's not going to assist us. We need the HOD, we need the MEC here, and if they are not here, then clearly we cannot continue with this process. That is my concern, Chair. Thank you.
You remind me, Deputy Speaker, there was a time in the legislature here where committees were complaining that MECs, every time when they have to appear, are not here, and they said they send the department without political hate. Darefoko.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat what the Deputy Speaker have said now, but mine it is that we can't tolerate this. I think it must be clear to everyone. Let me make a suggestion here, Chair. Is it another department here, the last one, so that we must take them? If they are not here, let us break for lunch and wait for another, the last department. That department, it's education.
Yes, if we break for lunch, we break for lunch with what decision? I think Deputy Speaker was making a clear proposal. We go for lunch, after lunch, so we are not going back to these departments anymore. We write to the Speaker in relation to this experience. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Chair, the time that was allocated to them, they are not here. So we're not going to go back to them. We'll take the guidance that you are giving us, Chair, to say we must then elevate these issues to the Speaker's office, because this also affects, there's financial attachments to this process, there's logistical arrangements, there's a budget that is being spent, the committees to cater for the people that will be appearing, and according to the number of people that we expect today is in line with the departments. Now, the caterers that have been procured are catering for that number that we would have given them. Now, for us as the legislature, it holds a serious financial bearing, even when it comes to AG, because then the number we have catered for doesn't qualify the attendance register. And for us, it's also going to create issues. So to mitigate and cover ourselves as well, these issues, not only that, but also in terms of accountability and enforcing the government, the MECs, to respect these committees, respect the work that we do. We are from a situation with municipalities, and we are here as the portfolio committees, and this is what we are receiving from government. It's totally unacceptable. And therefore, with the summary from yesterday, from the chair, let's attach that summary to today's summary as well. And also to add an addition to say, and therefore these issues must then be escalated to the Speaker. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Chair. Chair, I think let us deal with this matter like we deal it with the Premier's office. The Premier's office is not here, and they were supposed to be here at 9 o'clock. So we passed. So let us also do the same as this one. We are not going to allocate them time today. We passed. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, I support the suggestion of the Deputy Speaker. I think it is a bold move, but I think it is a necessary move. We need to inform the Speaker of this and also the Chair of Chairs, and it is unacceptable that departments and MECs just simply ignore, and perhaps this is an indication why the municipalities are also in the state they are in, if this is the example we're getting from the Premier's office. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's adjourn for lunch, and if possible, we can request the department to come earlier. Speaker.
Chair, thank you. Chair, I requested earlier on that it be recorded that I request leave of absence. I won't be able to join the after lunch session. Thank you.
For as long as that corner is or is it destabilized? For as long as that corner could be destabilized, and will be fine. Honorable members, let's start with our interaction with the Department of Education. I thought that the presentation was already up, or was it the wrong one? Or we members are saying that we have the printed version, even if we delay with this one, what we need is a 15 minutes presentation. Professor, I know you can take 2 hours, 15 minutes. If you just highlight, go to areas of underperformance and those that really need highlighting, that will be enough. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the members, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and other guests who are in our midst, as well as officials from the Department of Education. Chairperson, we just want to appreciate the opportunity that you are giving us to come and account to the structure with regard to our fourth quarter report in terms of expenditure, fourth quarter report of 2024-2025. And Chairperson, we are ready with our presentation as well as hard copies that we have already circulated. So we are in your hands. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndate Malakane, good afternoon. May you please stand for me? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tshwarelo Malakwane.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ndate
At
Malakwane.
this stage, I would want the CFO to take oath.
Thank you. Dumela Ntate.
I am.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Moleha Jacob Ledibane.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Ke a leboha. Chairperson, thank you.
You can come here, it should, CFO. So that you are able to. If you can see, there's something in front of you.
Apologies, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Our presentation will indeed cover the fourth quarter expenditure report for 24-25. And in terms of that, our report, in slide 4, on slide 4, we have the spending that is 3.9% above the norm, which means we have overspent with 3.9%. The biggest spender there is our public ordinary schools chair, because we know that in terms of our budget, compensation of employees in Program 2 is underfunded. However, we would love to highlight also the administration. Why is it at 93.6%? Because of the issues of budget, cash itself, we put a brakes to ensure that we don't spend as if we have money. So as a result also of that, in terms of Program 1, the positions for administration, at the moment, we are not filling those posts. The other one, Program 7, examination and education-related services, there we are at 88%. That one also, we had challenges of cash at the end of the financial year. From January already, we had problems. That's why as a result of that, we underspent. And it affected areas where we are transferring monies to hostels. We had to transfer half of it, but the rest we managed to transfer in April, yes. But what we did when we transferred, we ensured that we transfer the monies that are related to our learners, the item. Chair, there, we still show the 3.9% of expenditure, but the top part where we talk about current expenditure, that is clear that our compensation of employees, that's where our biggest pressure is. That's why we're overspending with 5.8%. Our goods and services at 90.4%. Because of austerity measures that we had to put in place to say we cannot spend, like I said, as if we do have funds. Then we have on transfers, we're at 98.4. It's affected slightly by the portion of the hostels. However, line by line, I'll touch departmental agencies. That's where we transferred, that's why it's at 99.9. Transferred the portion of EDTP SITA, the 40 million. Then on net profit, non-profit institutions, those are our schools. We had spent 98.4. And our households, that's our leave gratuities, we spend 96.9%. When we go to capital assets, there are some misclassifications. That's why building and fixed structures is at 107. However, machinery and equipment is at 45. So those corrections were done with the final audited, because this was pre-audited and we could not change until we are sure in terms of the audit whether we'll be allowed to do those changes. The explanation, Chair, I've already given. It's COE, that is a problem. Goods and services, our cost containment measures that had to put the brakes. And COE is our biggest challenge, Chair. You would see in terms of that first bullet, we would love to highlight the overspending of 796 million, which is now adding to our unauthorized expenditure of 870 million. Coming to the buildings and fixed structures, the 107 I have explained, Chair, I think I'll skip these ones. This one is very important, slide 8, Chair. We thought we must highlight in terms of slide 8, our challenges. In this slide, we're talking about department has overspent with 695, that we have already mentioned. Compensation of employees is the challenge, and it's in Program 2, and precisely because of underfunding. Because of underfunding, but bullet number 3, we think it's important to raise the issue of, we closed also the financial year with 598 million of overdraft, and over and above that, we were unable to pay the third parties of 964 million. That is why just around the 2nd of April, we had to part with 1.6 billion to honor those debts that we had. Then we talked about the 870, which we say it will also include the 796 that we spoke about earlier. Coming to our slides on goods and services. Here we'll touch also a few. There were services that we forced ourselves, like advertising. We put the brakes on issues of promotional items. On examination, which is 98, we are fine in terms of catering because the exam marking runs from December, so that's why it is high versus the others. The 100% will not comment on that. Others, like the issues of consultants, contractors, and agencies, is those misclassifications that I spoke about that we had to we move the monies around to make sure that in terms of our financial statements, we are okay. Coming to slide 10, there we talk about the inventory. Right at the top, Chair, you'd see that learning and teaching support material, as important as it is, we did not underspend, but the balance of 17.3 million is as a result of cash constraints, because at the time when we were supposed to pay, the cash was depleted. So on consumables, there we also had to put a brakes to say, let's save the 16 so that we are not having a big unauthorized expenditure. The same with other supplies. On the next slide, Chair, what we need to highlight, under unauthorized expenditure of 1.654 billion, it's the 870, which was already investigated by Treasurer, and we know that the legislature is sitting with the legislature for approval with or without funding, but will plead for with funding. Why is it 1.6? It has 796 million of the current unauthorized expenditure of 31st March 20, around with the 2009. There we managed. However, we have a report also on 722 million that was investigated. We had to get the services of an external person to come and do the investigations. So 722 million will be considered, so that 2.3 million will go down. However, in the discussion that we had with the HOD, we also agreed that irregular expenditure for us to have at least two service providers who will dig deep and investigate that. With Fruitless is issues of infrastructure, these projects. When you go to the bottom table, the debt written off be confirmed as deceased. This one talks about the issues of audit, follow-up on audit findings. Chair, I must say we did very well. I'll just summarize. We did very well with the ESA department. Issues of that were raised by the Utajana the previous years. A lot of findings which were there, we managed to clear them, and we ensure that our internal audit also, their report shows that we cleared a lot of matters. Our action plan, we ensure that we implement it to the letter. And also the follow-ups in terms of internal audit, that was done, and the report was satisfactory. On revenue collection, Chair, as much as we're not a revenue collecting department, but we also, there we are doing well. We can see we have exceeded the 23.6 million. We are at 32.5 million, which is 137% or 138. However, we always ensure that we prioritize this area as much as it is not our core. Then on assets, Chair, I will not dwell on that one. It's minor assets. I can just summarize by saying, in terms of the audit that has just ended, the report will be out today or signed off by the AGSA. We don't have issues with our asset register. The colleagues we have put as a department a lot of work ensuring that we do the stock taking, all those things that are important. With that we did. We had forums on where we ensure that our assets are dealt with properly. Chair, I will pass that area of assets and go to slide 16 or 7. Yeah, slide 17. Material losses, Chair, we have an amount of 278.8 thousand, but at the time of reporting, we still need to confirm the amount. However, these losses, they are reported also to our departmental loss committee. That's where we investigate every case, and those who are involved or who could have caused the losses, they are invited to come and present their cases. Where they are found out to have lost the state cover, then we recover the money from such officials. Coming to staff debt, Chair, you would see that during the 24-25 financial year, an amount of 17.7 million was reported, which was new write-off, irrecoverable debt of 20,385. That's the deceased cases that I spoke about. So that was written off against Program 1. Coming to, is it going backwards? Oh, it went below. On consultants, Chair, I will just indicate that in terms of consultants, that's where our PSPs are. It's basically our infrastructure. Department in general, we are not using consultants. On IT, Chair, I must indicate that as a department, our IT has improved quite drastically. Maybe, for example, all our emails have been migrated on a PEM server. We are on cloud as we speak, Microsoft Office 365. When we don't have network in the building, we can always access our emails through the cloud. And our fire or wall in terms of hackers, we are also okay. We are doing very well. Our emails are protected. And the other thing that I think I must just highlight is the issue of the antivirus. Our antivirus is up to date because of our license up to date. There was an issue in the past in terms of our DR site, which was in Velcom. There were differences because we are expected to be 150 kilometers away, and it's more than that. But we reached to a point where ourselves and CETA, that was sorted out. That is why they upgraded us to 50 megabytes per second. So our DR site is performing, everything is in order. We're not having a problem, Chair. On the last slide, Chair, is also the issues of backup. Our backups are up to date. We're using OneDrive. That's where we're ensuring that wherever you are, if you are saving your documents in OneDrive, you can access them wherever you are. The same document must be in that folder. And we have also our departmental ICT security committee as well as the steering committee that sits every quarter, and it reports to the executive meeting that is chaired by the HOD. Thank you, members and chairperson and members.
Thank you, honorable members. Mayor Dulandi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Just a few questions. How much was paid in terms of interest on debt? That includes the overdraft and any other debt. I just want to quickly look here. I've made notes while you were speaking. Why is there an imbalance between cash and budget? I understand the reasoning behind it, but why is there? Who's not paying over the money to the department? Or is the department paying money out of the account to things that it's not supposed to pay? Then in terms of fruit list expenditure, in terms of the infrastructure projects, I see that there is consultants that have trained personnel and that there are 6 people identified who will now be monitoring the infrastructure projects. Was this done recently? And if not, why didn't they pick up on the fruit list expenditure? And how often will they do oversight on these infrastructure projects to make sure that we receive quality for what we are paying for and what we are billed is actually being done at these sites? And, okay, we spoke about the irrecoverable debt, which amounts to over 20 million rand due to deceased employees. My question is, why are we lending money to employees? Why is that a common practice? Because in other positions, in other occupations, then you go to a bank if you need to borrow money. I don't think this department is in a situation where we can lend money. So is it if we can just explain that part to me, thank you.
Honorable members, I was trying to check something here.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much for the presentation, CFO. Yes, I just want to know the 17.7 in staff debt, where does it come from? How is it, yeah, where does it originate from? How is it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the MSc and the team for presentation. Chair, I just want to check the spending of department is at 103.9% by now. Compensation of employees. Actual expenditure here, Chair, it was supposed to be 14.475 billion, but now it's standing there at 105.8%, and available balance now, budget, I think it's fed at 13.679 billion. How the department is going to recover that amount, we've got 10 million that is not spent for software and other asset. Are you going to do shifting of funds there? Thank you very much, Chair.
Over to you, HOD.
Honorable Chair, can I respond? Thank you. The issue of interest, let me just double check. Or what amount, what did we pay in terms of this at the end of the financial year? It was around 2.8 million. A portion went to SARS, the other portion went to GPF. So it's 2.8 million that we had to pay of interest to those two. And that is as a result of our cash constraint. In fact, we have two problems. One side, our budget is not enough, it's constrained. And because of the cuts that we have explained over a period of years. And based on that, we underfund compensation of employees so that we can at least operate. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we are not going to be able to run the department. We did try that, fund compensation, or put everything under compensation of employees, and we had 0 cent to spend for other things. So we are going to be completely dysfunctional. So that is the result of that. We have really serious financial challenges. Towards the end of the financial year, we don't have money. On the fruitless and wasteful, the issues of consultants, the fruitless, that 30 million, it's over a long period of years. It's because it gets investigated. In some cases, we don't have documents. However, mostly it's infrastructure related as a result of, say, the contractor leave sites. Then certain amount of money was spent already. When we appoint a new person, there's a stage where the costs have gone up. And some of these cases are 14% versus 15% VAT. So as a result, the prices went up. So it causes that loss, fruitless. And the consultants, they monitor the projects, they do their work. However, when somebody gets off-site and leaves the project, for whatever reason, some have run out of cash. So as a result, when they abandon site, so those are the issues that come, and consultants will provide a report. On the issue of why are we lending money to employees? We don't, Honorable Member. That is overpayments, salary overpayments. It's things that has happened also over a long period of years. And like we explained in the past that, even now I explained that when it comes to administration post, we don't appoint. What bailed us out for investigations that took place now? About 3 years ago, we got somebody on contract who did investigations of irregular, and she was working alone, investigations of staff debt, all those things. But what is happening now between finance and HR, we are ensuring that as and when somebody leaves, goes on pension, the information gets to education as quickly as possible so that we stop the salary. So these are the cases that happened a long time ago of staff debt, but we are not lending, it's issues of salary overpayments. But we are closing that gap. We even think of having a system that will place what schools, where the principal already have to feed information to a system. It goes to HR, it goes to finance, so that finance is aware on time that somebody has left the department, so that there's no salary overpayments. Because once you pay it to recover, it's another story. On the issue of, I explained the staff debt, there's an issue of cash. On the imbalance, Chairperson, the imbalance was caused by the fact that for quite a number of years, where we would have overspent in terms of compensation of employees. Remember, the overall expenditure, it will be allocated to compensation of employees. So as a result of that, when it gets approved without funding, it will eat on the new budget because it forms the first charge in terms of the new budget. So over a period of time, the cash and the budget, they drift apart. We end up with paper budget because that cash is gone. And it's a cash of the new financial year, but it's paying the debt of the previous financial year. So as and when the unauthorized expenditure is approved without funding, we'll forever be in this situation, Chairperson. Or how are we going to recover in terms of 103? Chair, maybe I must just put context on that 3.7% overspending. Like we've been explaining that our budget is passed with not fully funded, meaning we pass a deficit budget in terms of education. And what complicates matters for education is we're personnel driven. The cuts that took place over the years, it was irrespective of who are personnel driven or not. But when those cuts happened, it clearly meant that portion of the money came out of compensation of employees. And at that time when those things happened, we did take money from goods and services. However, then we realized that we take it from goods and services, but then we have nothing to spend. That's when the decision came between ourselves and Treasury that you can take a portion of your compensation, will help you at a later stage. However, the financial situation for Treasury itself doesn't improve. So as a result, they end up not assisting us. So that is why some of these austerity measures that we put to say, let's put the brakes in terms of spending. But the gap is quite massive. The gap, it will take a very long time to ensure that we reach a point where we are clearing those debt. So the other thing, the question was, are we going to shift money? We did with the final environment, which gets to be approved by Treasury. Otherwise, the unauthorized expenditure in terms of compensation of employees would have been massive. So when we put the brakes, we shift money back to compensation because after all, we took it from compensation, so we have to take it back to compensation. For a finance person, when spending is slow, it's a good thing. But for service delivery, it's a very bad thing. So we are caught between the two. But this side, we must provide service, but on the other side, we are spending money that we don't have. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. You know, when people come side and people end up saying you are very negative, but there's one department that at least we can associate with in the province of Free State. Out of the whole mess of Free State, at least there's one department that we can identify with during matric results and say every state will be number one. I want to give you, MEC and the collective, your flowers while you are still alive. Particularly your HOD has been working with number of people and the results have not dropped until this day. But there's only one thing that I want to check with you. In as much as you are doing well, your quality of results compared with those of Gauteng, it's a worrying factor. Even though when Gauteng, in terms of population, is far much huge than Free State. Far. And they are able to produce quality of results. What might be impediment for Free State to produce same standard, even surpassing Gauteng as a province? Two, Chair, majority of political parties, including my political party, I know even the ruling party, even our days in the Youth League, we're talking about sanitary towels, free sanitary towels, and free Wi-Fi. I'm aware there are some schools with free Wi-Fi, and there's a project of free sanitary towel there and there. What makes it difficult, MEC, to enroll this campaign throughout the province, that girl child do get a free sanitary towel? Because it's a necessity, by the way. Free Wi-Fi in this age, this information age, it's a necessity. It's no longer, those two are no longer luxurious items. What makes it difficult to also include that on your budget? Necessarily, I don't have a problem, Chair, with overspending. I'm not saying you must overspend. I don't have a problem with overspending. I have a problem with people who are underspending and money gets back into the coffers of National Treasury unnecessarily. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't think that the amount paid on interest can only be 2.8 million rand, because just the overdraft is 600 million rand. If it's lent to the department at a minimum of 10%, then that's 60 million rand. So it cannot be 2.8 million rand. And that's just on the overdraft. So what are the other, has the department borrowed money from other institutions, or do we only have an overdraft? And then in terms of what employees owe the department, I think there should definitely be a system in place where principals inform HR immediately once they receive notice. I know that notice is 4 weeks, according to the basic conditions of employment, but surely also a principal will know when somebody goes on pension, because it's usually aligned to their age. There must definitely be a system in place, and I'm actually amazed that there isn't one, because I can only imagine how much money, or well, we can see how much money is lost by that. And now in the cases where it was not communicated immediately, for how many months after the person went on pension did they receive a salary? And did they, for how many months will they have to pay that back? And now you're sitting with a pensioner, they received the money, and now they're on pension. How on earth are they going to afford to pay the money back because of an admin mistake? So, yeah, this definitely needs to be addressed very soon. And then in terms of the gap between the cash and the budget, I hear what you're saying, that so as soon as the money comes in, it is used to pay debt or outstanding, like the third parties. So already this year, we started with a minus 1.6 billion rand because of that. What are your suggestions to fix that? How are we going to get out of it? Thank you.
Maybe
No.
before you respond, I wanted to, because I'm trying to check the meaning of quality so that when you respond, you understand.
Back to the send. Chair, I'm referring not just passing with senior certificate, with distinctions, of course, with bachelor's, exemption, yeah. We need plenty of those because they increase opportunities of young people to get work, to break through poverty.
Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps let me take this very soft one first. Okay. Let me defer my chance to the MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me respond to this one of quality of our results. This is something that we are not shying away from. We have been very vocal about it because our understanding is that for us to bring about changes, we need to be open about our situation. We need to self-criticize so that we can be able to self-correct. So Honorable Msimanga is quite correct to say that when you look at quality, for now, we are looking at a number of indicators. One of them, of course, would be the bachelor passes. How many bachelor passes are we producing? The other one would be the distinction rate. The other one would be participation in your gateway subjects. Not only participation, but also performance. And in this case, it would be your maths and science. So indeed, Honorable Chair, we are not doing well in terms of quality. And when you look at our bachelor passes, we have really improved because I think the previous one we were at 44, if I'm not mistaken. Now we are at 48. That's quite a huge leap looking at the number of learners. So in the country, we are number 3 in terms of quality. In terms of quantity, we are number 1. And research will tell you that for you to be able to strike a balance between quality and quantity, it's not always easy. Because once you focus on quality, then the quantity is going to go down. So immediately we reach about 60% of bachelor, then we would expect our quantity to go a little bit down. We'll no longer be number 1. So that must be the expectation. And in terms of the number of distinctions, we are not doing well. There we are doing badly. I think we could be hovering around maybe number 5 in the province or so, in the country. So we are not doing well. So, but I think it's not about just talking about these things. It's about what is it that the department is doing to correct the situation. So this anomaly, we are busy dealing with it. That's why we are saying now we are centering primary education because that's where it starts. You don't fix the problem at the top because that would be the bottom end or the tail end. But you start from the bottom. We have been very vocal. We have been doing road shows. We have been having seminars. We have been having a whole lot of activities just to make sure that we bring back our primary schools. So right now, everyone in the province, in our department, knows that we are now centering primary education and making sure that our learners do well in primary schools. Because once they do well in primary schools, then automatically we'll have the type of results that we want. The type of results that we want do not just come automatically. We have to work on that. So that is why everyone now is talking about primary education. And in terms of your maths and science, yes, there's a lot that is happening. There are a lot right now as we are talking. There are a lot of camps for maths and science specifically that are taking place. Here in Bloemfontein, HTS, your Louis Botha, there's a camp going on. Yesterday, was it on Monday? When did I go to Kwakwa? Was it on Monday? Tuesday. When I was in Kwakwa, there were a whole lot, the whole district, maths and science teachers for grade 12 were being trained there for 2 days. We were using our center, which is called Kutlwano Maths and Science Center, which is doing very well. That's the center that is giving us a lot of learners who are doing well in maths and science. You must also observe when we are at the well done function, the learners who are getting awards for maths and science normally come from Thabo Mofusanyane, and that's because of that project that I'm talking about. So we've got that Kutlwano Maths and Science Center, which we are busy now trying to do what? We are trying to roll it out to other scale it up to other districts. And we are also including 8 and 9, so that 8 and 9 can also benefit, because we have realized that if we don't do that, your 8 and 9, once they finish grade 9, they don't want to register for maths, because maths is not something that you pass. So we want to fix it from 8 and from primary as well as 8 and 9, so that we can. We are doing a lot, Honorable Msibanga, but I'm also glad that at least we are alive to the situation. We shouldn't just be happy about being number one. We should be saying what else can be done, so that at least there should be that nice balance between quality and quantity. So I think that's what. The sanitary towels, for the first time, we have appointed service providers. They have been rolled out to all the schools. Maybe now what we need to do is to create that hype, so that everyone can know that we are providing sanitary towels. Right now, we have appointed, so every district has got its share of sanitary. Free Wi-Fi, I think that's an ideal situation where we'd want to be. But with all the struggles that we have, it is quite a cumbersome one. It's a tall order for us, but we are not folding our hands. What we are doing currently, we are meeting up with your network providers, your Huawei, your MTN, your this and this, because we would want them actually to adopt about schools, so that they can roll out Wi-Fi in those schools. So we have started, I've already spoken to MTN, and then Telkom is ready for me. So before, very soon, we would have covered all of them, and all of them would have committed to say, this is what we are doing, as a form of their social responsibility, because we do have business with them. So they should also be able to plow back to the community. I think those are the ones that I wanted to talk about. But thank you, Honorable Msimanga, for raising these issues.
Honorable Chair, I'll speak to
Thank you, Chair.
only one aspect for the day. And I'm glad Honorable Leach raised this question as to how are we going to get out of this rather conundrum. 2014, 13-14, fiscal consolidation was implemented. 4 things are put paid to our challenges. The first one is transversal cuts on our equitable share. The second one, it is actually our ICS, or the so-called COLA today, where collective bargaining will conclude at 8.5% at national, but here will then be asked to budget at 5%. The difference between 5% and perhaps 8 and 8.5%, to a small department, it may be minuscule, but for us, it's some hundreds of millions. The third issue was the baseline cut for money for bursaries. Then we also have got occupational dispensation for teachers. The cumulative effect of those cuts from 2013, 2014 to at least last year, November 2014, is 8.8 billion that went out of this department. Cash versus budget. He's right. We've got what we call artificial budget, because it is not, meshed by cash. Why? At the end of the financial year, we could not meet our obligations towards SARS. As you correctly pointed out, the cumulative effect of that is 1.6 billion, which becomes what? A direct charge against this current budget. Coupled with that, we still have unauthorized expenditure of 870 million yet to be approved by this committee, with or without funding. If wishes were horses, I would say let it be with funding. But if it's without funding, normally what happens, that 870 million gets divided into 4. It means at the end of this financial year, we must surrender the first portion of the 870 until we finish it. But it becomes a vicious cycle. As we complete to finish the 870, we're accumulating unauthorized expenditure at the bottom. Why are we here? A resolution was passed where Treasury agreed with Scopa that there should be, our budget should be passed without fully funding compensation. The effect of that is that we have already front-loaded unauthorized expenditure. And that's how our budget has been passed, preceding the time that I've come here. How do we solve it? We are actually a service delivery department. If we could be realizing profit elsewhere, I would say we could actually defray our financial exposure through, applying profit, but that's not the case. Here are solutions. One, this committee approve our unauthorized expenditure with funding. Two, in the same manner as the money went out, let it be brought to us. What are the odds? Because we should not be irrational as the department. We have now had, everybody is now where we are. All provinces are now suffering the same fate. You may ask us, why were you there earlier than everyone else? It is simply because all these other provinces, they were cushioned by their provincial legislatures when the cuts were coming. Unfortunately, the Free State was the only province that did not have reserves or even investments. Now, education, if they say, cut your provincial budget by 400 million, which is a fact in 2018, 210 million was taken from education alone. But what is happening currently? The minister and the CEM, that includes all our MECs from all the 9 provinces, we are now having a situation where we are actually consolidating on all our financial challenges, including actions or remedial actions to ensure that we eliminate waste, with the hope of approaching now Treasury on a 10 by 10 to show them what has happened to education with this money that has gone out. I'm sure you are aware now every province is complaining. Starting from the Western Cape, nobody is spared. Even provinces that are far affluent than the Free State. They are asking themselves as to how are we surviving, because we are the second poorest province in this country. Maybe their attainment in NSC is our undoing, because they were asking themselves, how does the most poorest and the most affected province, how are they able to produce the results that they are producing? Simple. We decided to keep the business continuity going, appoint only school-based posts, nobody in administration. Just on my right here, this gentleman has been an acting CFO for the past 4 years. We can't afford to fill his post. So that's how far we are. Technically, we have reached ground zero. I wanted to address this committee on this matter because we believe we are a vital cog in this fight that is bedeviling us as the department. I think most of us, we are running short of ideas to keep the department afloat. When you look at this budget, it's exactly what it is. It's now a choice situation. We know the issue of non-payment of third parties may come earlier than February. Then there are austerity measures that we have imposed upon ourselves. As the CFO is saying, we live by them, we keep on scaling on them. But they are not enough. We've got a very brittle baseline.
But you know the problem with you, actually, you don't look at me, you look at others. If you look at me, you'll be able to. So the more you look at them, the more they invoke a lot of information that.
Chair, I was taking advantage of Hansard.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that I know I would have read our misgivings into record.
Thank you. You know, the issue of quality, I'm not conversant with education things. But to me, quality means a lot. Quality to me, it's not what you are talking about. To me, it's what I used to argue with the late MEC. If a country does not produce kids with a background of maths and science and history at the same time, like in other countries where every student, whether you are doing maths and science, whether you are doing accounting, every student must do history. And that's where you derive patriotism from. And that maybe more than 80% of the student body in every basic high school having to do maths, science, history. That is, to me, that is quality, because when you then talk about technical education and say the economy, we must run the economy with technical education, even if you can get 100%, exemptions for bachelors, but those kids do not have maths and science, cannot do technical work, why would you then say you have quality education? So I think it's more subjective than, it's a debate for another day. I think with that, I would not allow you, CFO, the only moment that is left is for MEC to close.
Chairperson, I think the CFO just wants to answer that last question with regards to the interest on the debt.
Oh, okay. But he must respond to me, not to you. Yes, he must look at me. Because the more they look at you, Meduland, the more they want to respond. Yeah. So they must look at me so that they respond to what they were asked. CFO.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of, let me start with debt, the interest, Chair. It is 2.8 because in terms of overdraft, that is paid by Treasury because they're the holding company. They are the ones where the money comes in. And what Treasury does, when the money, those departments that do not spend, do not finish their money, they are able to force them to surrender as quickly as possible. That is why overnight, the first, they are already paying the bank their monies back. So I think the interest part for Treasury is this much. It's not a lot because of that situation. I think, yes, thank you, Chair.
MEC, closing remarks.
Thank you, Chairperson. There isn't really much from myself, but again, to just really thank the committee for giving us audience and for also asking those questions. And I think these questions also say to us that there's a lot that we still have to do as a department. We can't just be coming here all the time lamenting without really making it a point that we correct the situation. The situation in which we find ourselves, I think it really needs to be corrected. But we are also repeating our prayer that this committee must consider it really necessary to approve our, unauthorized expenditure with funding. I think that will somehow take us somewhere with that. Thank you very much. Thanks, honorable members.
Thank you. You can now leave us in peace. Honorable members, I don't know whether Department of Health is still here. The MEC was appealing and appealing. I don't know whether he spoke to some of you. I had said that the request, if he writes a formal request, maybe we can check tomorrow to slot them in tomorrow. I don't know whether they are still here, but it's a matter for the committee because the committee had taken a decision, so it's the committee that can consider that.
Chairperson, I think many of the members that was part of the decision has already left. So I think we must stick to our first decision and that you'll concur on that. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one after this one. No. Oh, okay. Oh, honorable members, let's consider the department, our interaction with the department. My feeling is that this department, even though they get the results they get in matric, but this department is it has its own goals and run on its own without the support of government. And when the results come out at the end of the year, the whole government comes out, excited, as if they were part of contributing to attainment of the results. I think this you can pick up from interacting with every department, including the office of the Premier. You only hear them when they say, "No, we are the best in education in matric," but in all what they are doing throughout the year, you don't feel any support from anyone to our education, especially to the department. Whether you talk about cooperative governance or anything, the department makes its own decisions, follow up on its own goals without support from anyone. And maybe that's why they almost end up with these pressures that they talk about, because they run alone. Unless if there's somebody who knows and would say, no, government is doing a lot to support the Department of Education. I've not felt that up to now. Now, I think the department has the request. I don't know what are the implications of that, and what is it if we say we support. What are we supporting? Mine would be, at the moment, I need an advice on this proposal of the department that we need to support their unfunded budget to be funded. And we still have to understand what is it that is unfunded that must be funded. So that as we say we support, we know what we are supporting. And maybe we can only get this advice from Treasury. I don't know where can we get it from, maybe from Treasury, so that we know what we really are talking about. It may also be that if we support, we don't just support, but we also come up with a rider on our own interest to say, this is what we think also the education must support or look into as we support the unfunded budget. Over to you, members.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, I want to agree that when we say we are supporting, we must be able to know what is it that is contained in the support, so that we don't give the department a blank check, say that we are supporting, only to realize that what we are supporting does not even impact actual, it's just an internal issue, but it does not impact to the output and impact of the service delivery on the ground. And secondly, I agree, Chair, that I think that it's that time that we need to perhaps have the meeting with the Office of the Premier. And that meeting must be an emphasis of the issue of corporate governance that you have always been raising. To say, but these departments, and when they exist, they are not existing for themselves, but they exist to make an impact into the people of the Free State. And if a department underperforms, it's not the responsibility of that particular MEC that must ensure that, alone that must ensure that that department performs, but equally, the Premier is charged with the responsibility to ensure that all the members of the executive, including the departments, they do perform. And what then becomes the results of a department that has an MEC that is not performing, if the Premier is there and with the monitoring and evaluation, and if does the Premier gets even those reports and sits and could say that now we're going to focus on the performance of different departments and look what is it that they are doing as far as the indicators that they report on. Because if we would get that, it means that the Premier also would be executing a responsibility to say that they must, all these departments have a responsibility to improve on their performance. Because you'd think that an MEC, when they come to our committees, we raise these issues, but next financial year or even now in the APP, you find a similar indicator or an indicator that is service delivery orientated is removed from an indicator and it made to be an internal indicator. Now they are no longer reporting about it because they are struggling to achieve it. So there are those things that we need to deal with. But I think it's high time that we need to have that meeting with the Premier to say that. But as far as the financial performance and this performance of the departments, what are the mechanisms that are there, given the responsibility of monitoring and evaluation, ensuring that these departments, they do perform? I think, Chair, that will be my submission. Thank you.
Chairperson, if we may request that the researchers maybe assist us so that we can just get more clarity on exactly what is the unauthorized expenditure, and then what are the implications of approving it versus taking note of it, and the funding versus unfunding. And then if we decide on unfunding, where will the money then, or if we do decide on funded, where will the money then come from versus unfunded? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think this brings us to the end of our session. Laat ons môre ontmoet. What time? 8 o'clock, 9? 8 in the morning. For breakfast. Ntate Foko and Ntate Skwebela must have something in the morning. We'll meet tomorrow morning, honorable members. I know Ntate Busanku may get here at 9 o'clock and miss the breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.